I just swipe my fingers to the right and left. Tinder swipe. Swipe left, swipe right. And then remember TikTok is like demonic. Yeah, you know, I'm like this. I like running with their cameras. And then I'm like, where's Mike? Why are you
Sí, mismo, estoy aquí en la corte. Ahí tocamos parte de la mesa. Ah, pero espérate, ven acá. El 11 del día de los lo que pasó en aprovecharon y cerraron todos los medios. Grabaron. Pero no, que son muy caros, se quedaron a eliminaron todo. Me llama Martín Croc de promociones y si puedo trabajar el 11. ¿Sabes? Le digo que sí, que hay un cuenta que yo estoy nominado a los Emmy. Y yo le dije, no, yo no puedo, yo no voy a estar en mi trabajo. No, doctor, yo no puedo trabajar. ¿Y vas a ir? ¿Qué pasó?
Diddy birthday party on rotation.
I know my channel like yeah, you're thinking that I want my making out. To impress. Sex is all I expect as they watch TV and relax. They know, wanna pass phone, let the club tipsy, say no, except I'm home tomorrow. She's a drop it off with my mom, she's swallowed. Man, just put the drink on my clean dollars. Reach the gate, I'm with just it. She got to be to work back there. This must mean she ain't trying to wait. Conversate, sex on the first date. I state, you know what you do to me. Just start something I don't usually. Then I spit it out, but no doubt. Step out, show me what you all about. Open up the glass, pull the G straight down south. Cherokee, and a gun drop top, and I don't stop until my skirt, jeans, skirt, it all
I gotta get that bread. That's the best bread.
Is racist, is sexist,
I need you to strip. I need you to shake your little ass and hips. I need you to grind like you love the tips. And give me what I need when I'm missing the prints. Cause make sure it's rock the persons. Moving a girl drop. This guy make a little profile, girl sweet. Pull a chick back like a little through a chick. And now you and me can drink some Hennessy. We get it on. Man, what you want about your sipping on the speed out of the fees. And when I get to the third right now,
they raided a black building. That's my mother got beaten up. I'm making my algorithm. Can I clean up my algorithm? I don't like oh, of course. If I'm talking to my sister, sunglasses. Even if I'm not in my phone. Sometimes when I'm thinking it pops up. I'm thinking skincare, it pops up. I didn't say nothing. I'm thinking like a girl thing, lemon skincare pops up. I'm people misfeeding trust. The government shut down. Nobody promises. That's why they say you're disappointed. There's nothing for that. That's the Indian lawyer. Are you the Indian lawyer? You're the Indian lawyer. What do you have to say about the Indian
Pero déjame hacer una pregunta. Ok, no pudiera decir,
government shutdown, Republicans, oh my God, and the Democrats are the same. Everybody following God. Nobody is a mind of their own. Everybody just hurting. I don't like it.
think they arrested him. They arrested some journalist the other day. You saw that shit? For taking pictures. That's just like, what the fuck? So that's not to get arrested. I take pictures all the time. Oh, we got that. I know her. She got arrested. I know her. That was like a year ago. I know her. Very nice. Very nice. Wait, Mama, he's not your girlfriend. Oh, my God. You love her. Wait, what? Oh. She's a auntie. She's a private auntie. Oh, she's like private. Oh, so you just find out about the okay.
We only have one left in the answer at this point. Give that to him. This one.
Saudi Arabia is hot. That was like is that a comedian festival? They're trying to be open now. Now Saudi Arabia. Yeah, they're trying to be cool. They're trying to be like, oh, that's what Saudi Arabia. Oh yeah, I saw that too. You said they don't. That freedom of speech is flying around. I want you to tell me that I'm. I just want to do stand-up. Stand-up is so easy. It's way easier than performing songs. I did a roast. I roasted a United States. Listen, I'll go perform for women. I don't care. I don't care. Racist. I don't care. I was saying, I was telling the story. They were going to jail. The first time I let them hear how we're coming out here back in the day. I'm coming out here. People want to bring the board out. You know, when you take the incident, he locked the door and told me to come back and let and then he was right away. And, you know, he said, if we didn't think it in by now, guess what? We're very happy. That's how we felt, actually. Já marcou palestra, semana que vem. Alguma sentença ali. Pode não receber nenhuma sentença. Ele foi condenado. Significaria que ele foi absolvido. Eric Adams, everyone. Hi, Eric Adams. Eric Adams. Hi, Eric Adams. Eric Adams. You like Eric Adams. Are you Eric Adams? You look like what's your name? Só ela conhece. You look like y habla, yo nada más quiero coger video.
Oh, you talking about right now? That song. walking up and down the street.
Crazy, I'm about to go time again. They ain't seen me 'cause I pulled up in my other Benz. Last week I was in my other Benz. Diamonds like Kobe in his big
Wait, that? Like what? Like French?
Too many kind on all the place that I know. Trouble benches, on the benefits. My bad, just some immigrants. We princess, living tunnels. Can't you see we getting money on you? Can't you see the clock just flying over you?
That's all I'm doing.
I'm sick of weed, all I do today is chilling.
Everything's evidence, nigga. Everything evidence. Oh, my dead dad. Yeah, he's still alive.
Because they had, I think, from their viewpoint, was very much a loss at the trial. They didn't get what they wanted in connection with the trial, and I think now, they want to win here, so they are putting everything forward to try to get that win.
All right, well, Sarah, thank you so much for joining us. Sarah Kristoff, a former federal prosecutor and an attorney with Cozen O'Connor. Yep. Okay. I'm Julie Walker, and we're here at the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan for the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. As we said earlier, prosecutors want him to spend 11 years behind bars. The defense wants him out. He has a speaking engagement planned for next week in Miami. So we'll see how this all plays out. Stay with apnews.com and AP News on our app for lots more information about the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing.
My next stage is girls look to that. Very good. Right. What's the name of the album? Oh, no. Kevin, you have cash? They're cash only.
All right. Não pode antecipar, né?
And I thought Diddy would release the names. I thought he would speak out about Blue Pill or Robert Green. Very upset. They wrote it, right? Both on the guitar. The FBI. Of course,
E aí, agora, eu pré.
Нет, так не только здесь карты. Как вы думаете, что я какой-то...
Can you please get our information to our person to our person to How you want?
My son broke her iPad. Now I know her from court. They don't know her from court.
Cállate la jeta, puta. Muchos tienes hablar español. ¿Qué fue? ¿Qué fue? ¿Qué fue, mi amor? ¿Sí? Okay. No, no. También. I don't do drugs. I don't even know what that bitch is. I'll let you know. Yo, we can pop some. We can pop some for real. Yo. I'll see you.
Just get on the sidewalk, guys. You guys can record on the sidewalk.
Oh, can you just tell the person on the phone? Can you tell the person on the phone that what Chris comes out? Oh, she hung up.
Why is he getting arrested?
Thank you. We went through this already. I'm pressing charges.
Everybody on the sidewalk, You can record, but stay on the
There's
sidewalk.
too many people here.
Wait, why are you arresting him?
Do your job so we can go. I mean, like, look at this.
Wait, why are you arresting
For the
him?
same thing.
Man, y'all know NYPD. This is wrong, man. This is wrong right here, man. You know this is wrong right here, bro.
Thank you.
Here come the original people. I knew this was happening.
Original people.
Out.
The original people.
Right? You know this is wrong, right? You know this is wrong.
Out of the street. Out of the street.
Money.
Out of the street. Everybody on the sidewalk.
I knew NYPD.
Why are you arresting him?
I know, man. This is wrong, though, man. I knew it.
Everybody
I said it, man. I said
But
it.
why are you what you doing?
How you doing? This is wrong, man. I knew it. I knew it. You know this is wrong. I knew this is wrong. I knew it was okay.
Let's go. Let's go. On the sidewalk. On the sidewalk now.
With the bullshit.
Let's go.
People are still coming after me.
Let's go.
It's fucked up because they keep.
So they get on the sidewalk. Let's go. Come on, guys. Keep going. Keep going.
Yo, man, you know this is wrong.
On the sidewalk. Let's go.
Wait, why are you arresting
Let's
him?
go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Everybody, let's go.
You know this is wrong, though, man. This is wrong right here, man.
Let's go.
You know,
Go on the sidewalk and record.
You know it's wrong.
Let's go.
You know it's wrong. You know it's wrong.
And on the sidewalk,
They
Georgette.
don't do nothing, bro.
Everybody on the sidewalk.
They do nothing,
Let's go.
NYPD always do this stuff right
Why are
here,
you
man.
arresting him?
You're arresting them, man, for no reason, man.
You guys don't understand?
You guys just do this stuff. NYPD every time will do this stuff. Every time.
What precinct are you
Y'all will
taking
arrest them
him
for
to?
no reason, man.
So they arrested
That man didn't
somebody
do
at
nothing.
the trial.
Yeah, you ain't do nothing, man. This is why I don't understand about NYPD. You guys get for a better job than you, but arrest them for no goddamn reason. He didn't do nothing, man.
Why are you arresting? So they arrested somebody. They arrested somebody at the gate. I stay away from that.
It's NYPD. That man didn't do
That's
nothing, man.
wasted.
That man didn't do nothing. It's NYPD. Always fight with the rest of the black men. That man didn't do nothing, man. No. Why would NYPD have some credibility?
NTA lady, talked to me up pretty. He had it back. I think my man over there wanted to say.
He never bothered me, so I don't know. I just booked him. He's not working. What's that every night? You the lady out of my
So you gonna arrest a man because he said he gonna shoot Diddy? I mean, how you gonna arrest a man because he said he gonna shoot Diddy?
Ain't nobody said that.
Exactly.
Yo, your friend Candy came back and called police again.
Candy?
Yes.
Hold on, man. You gotta go take Candy and arrest?
She's a bitch. I can't stand her.
The girl with candy?
That's crazy. And she pushed people. She's violent. Candy's violent. She's violent.
Candy though, man. That's bullshit, man. Candy, man. That's bullshit, man. Candy, man. Yeah, it's bullshit, man. Yeah, man. It's bullshit, man. Candy, are you serious? Candy got police on you right now. Come on, man. Come on, man. It's Candy, man. How you gonna arrest a man, Candy?
She's a bitch, man.
Back it up! Back it up!
Where the fuck is your
man?
bag?
Back it up! Bullshit! Right here! How you say Candy, man? Back it up! All right. How you say Candy, man? How you arrest my Candy? How you gonna arrest a girl Candy, though, man? On the side. Wait, it don't make no sense, dude. Come on, arrest me too. Arrest me too, man. Arrest me too, man. Side. Bullshit right there, man. Side. No, arrest me too. Side. Arrest me too, man. No, bullshit, man. Come on, bro. Bullshit right there, man. On the side. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. That's bullshit, man. Candy, man. Listen.
And she's violent as fuck. She been
Come on, man.
I don't know who Candy is.
Candy got police on you. She got police 4 times and shot Diddy Combs.
I don't know who that is.
You don't know the Candy girl called Candy?
She assaulted me. Should I get her arrested? She pushed me the
Are you
last
serious,
time.
man?
I'm serious. I don't know who Candy is.
You know what Candy is?
I just showed
She
up here.
pushed
I
me.
don't
Should I get her arrested? She pushed
All
me
I'm
the last
asking
time.
you,
man.
please, for
Come
your
on, man.
safety, on the sidewalk. That's it. Just you do the same. From here, you're fine. There, it's a problem. Just stay on the sidewalk.
Yeah, but you don't know who Candy is. You don't know who Candy is.
What's your badge number? What? 221.
So who called police then? Who called police?
You can tell her actually stay on the sidewalk. That's all, man.
But who called police, man? You know what Candy? You know who Candy is, right?
What?
You know who Candy is. I can show you who Candy is.
Bro, me and you got a good relationship.
I know, man, but bro, that man should be free, right?
I'm always nice to you, right?
No, you're right. And
I always respect you. I know.
Standing here. But I'm saying, that man should not go to jail because Candy, if you know who Candy is, you tell that man to get out of the car right now, man.
But that's for those guys to investigate, right? Me and you, we're staying here. All I'm asking is for my cameras, just stay on the sidewalk. That's it. Stay on the sidewalk. That's all I'm asking you. That's all.
No, because
I respect every one of you and what you do.
Yes.
Just stay on the sidewalk.
But that right there, that's bullshit.
Because if you're on the sidewalk, if you're in the street, you can't make that turn. That's all I'm saying. You can't make that turn. Somebody's gonna wind up getting hurt. I don't want that. You know?
He's talking about Candy. Yeah, he's talking about Candy.
She's lying.
Fuck that
She
bitch.
lying, man.
But she pushed me. The last time she said she was pushing people. Yeah.
Yeah, but Candy. Man, look, man. Look.
She was supposed to get arrested too. She was supposed to get arrested too.
was the one who pushed him first.
Yes, she pushed. I know. I saw a woman. She pushed me and then she went pushed a bunch of people.
So she was like,
But it doesn't matter whether it's
Yeah, I
shit
know
or not.
her. She was fighting.
Doesn't matter, bro.
She fighting, yeah.
Who?
She fight people. She got someone arrested. That's crazy.
Oh, that guy right there.
No, she fights people. I saw her. We were the last time she did. She was pushing people. And she was some random white bitch out of nowhere.
You
She said she was arrested. She's supposed to get arrested.
Yeah, that's all.
What am I going to jail now, bro? What am I going to jail now? What am I going to jail for? They not.
We see her mom. She fights
Yeah, they don't
people.
supposed to be here.
She
They don't
fights
supposed to be over here.
people. She fights me. She puts
I live in New York City. I would just suppose that
I mean, that's what I heard. But that also,
like he said that.
Motherfucking white racing ass cop. So treat up fuck everyone PG. I'm fucking racist. I'm a fucking job.
Sorry, man.
I support
They're basically holding people captive. Yeah, and I think they're doing. I think they're blackmailing people. I was hoping he was going to get their names up. Well, because, and I mean, it's like,
sort it out there. Makes no sense with all this crowd. All right, we're gonna be talking. You're being detained right now. We're gonna just take you back. We'll sort it out once we get a chance to talk to you without music blasting in my ear. All right, because he's saying something, you're saying something.
it's all right. It's okay.
Let's just walk her over before. Let's take over that.
You're safe, right?
Yeah.
Andy, locked up!
No!
Say it ain't so.
What happened now?
Thank you. Out of the way, guys.
No, wait, what happened now? This is a full movement.
This is an intersection. Keep it moving. Thank you. Appreciate it. Can I sidewalk, please?
They're both making allegations.
Good, yeah. I don't like it. It's gonna be all day. I know that.
Do that. Grab it if you need.
He is a big ass guy.
Hip hop there.
Oh wait, I did not know that was
Let brother argue to hear some music. Let motherfucker hip hop. I'm afraid it's some hip hop.
We've been here all morning. Combs is inside the courtroom. He's waiting to find out his fate. And with me now is Sarah Krisoff. She's a former federal prosecutor, and she is also a defense attorney at Cozen O'Connor. Now, the judge was allowing Combs' family members to speak, and we're just told that his children crowded around and told the judge that they want their father to get out of jail, that he served enough time, that they miss him. One of his daughters cried when she talked about already losing her mother, and now it feels like she could be losing her father. He's been in jail for 13 months. And so, Sarah, is this unusual to hear from so many people in Combs' life who are telling the judge that they want him to just serve get out and have time served?
Yeah, it is unusual to hear from these people live in this courthouse behind us. So all of these character witnesses, provided letters for Mr. Combs. All of that was submitted in connection with his sentencing package. But the judges in this courthouse usually don't allow such people to speak live, to stand up during the sentencing proceeding itself and really beg for mercy on behalf of their family members, their loved ones, and friends. But the judge is allowing that. It is certainly adding, a humanizing element to this whole proceeding.
And let me read what one of the children said. "My father is my superhero. Seeing him broken down and stripped of everything is something I will never forget." That's what Combs' son, Justin Combs, said. Now, something else going on in the courtroom is a video that Combs made. It's an 11-minute video that shows his life, shows all the things he's done, shows him with his family, shows his community work. How unusual is it that that Combs is being able to show this video in court?
Yeah, I mean, that is a tactic that defendants are using, particularly defendants who have the resources to get those videos made, because it's expensive to do that, right? But it is another way to humanize the defendant to the judge. It's a way to sort of present information in a really compelling way. It goes beyond what you can see on a piece of paper. It's just, to have, pictures and videos to show the real person behind Mr. Combs, the whole person to the judge is really important. And it's something that we're seeing much more frequently lately.
Some of the people who testified against Combs are not in court and they won't be speaking. However, they did send letters to the judge. Cassie, Combs' former girlfriend, she was one of the prosecution's star witnesses. She did send a letter to the court saying that she doesn't believe he's a changed man. She doesn't believe he's sorry and that he should get the maximum. Now, what is the judge deciding when he's going to, in terms of sentencing Combs? Is he deciding between time already served and the maximum, or because prosecutors did ask for 11 years?
Yeah, I think the starting point and the place, frankly, the judge is probably going to end up are the sentencing guideline as the judge has determined them. So the judge essentially adopted the probation's determination of what the sentencing guidelines are, the 70 to 87 months range. The judge has already said, he signaled to everyone in the courtroom, this is where I think the sentence should be. I'm having a hard time seeing why I should deviate outside of the sentencing guidelines. And I suspect that is where he is going to end up at the end of the day, unless he hears something that really moves him one or the other, something new that he hasn't heard already.
How long do we suspect this will take? They're going to break for lunch soon. They're just seeing the video now. Combs' children have already addressed the judge and the court. I mean, is this, it's Friday. Is this going to last through the weekend and go into Monday, or will it be over by the end of today?
Well, there are definitely a few more steps that have to happen here, right? So it is possible when the defense is finished with its presentation that the government wants to respond to that. They may have things to say based on what Combs' lawyer said, based on what his family said. I suspect they're going to get up and say, this is all very compelling, what Combs' family said, but he brought this upon them, right? Like he committed these crimes, he has caused this harm to them. And so, I highly suspect they are going to have trouble staying quiet after the defense presentation. So we're going to have an opportunity to hear from the government again, and there may be some back and forth between both sides.
And who gets the last word?
So really, the last thing that's going to happen before the judge sort of likely takes a break and imposes sentencing or imposes the sentence, or he may just roll right into the sentence, is Combs himself. So by statute, the court has to give Combs an opportunity to speak. He's going to give him as much time as he wants. I don't know how long Combs is going to speak for, but there are circumstances where that can go on for some time. And then that's sort of one of the last things that happens before the actual imposition of the sentence.
One person the court will not hear from is a former assistant of Combs who testified for the prosecution. She went by the name Mia. That wasn't her name. It was a pseudonym. She had wanted to address the court, but then Combs' defense team sent a letter to the court, and the prosecution said that Mia felt like she was being, felt like she couldn't come forward.
Yeah, I mean, there was a very strongly worded letter from the defense team to say it was inappropriate for Mia to speak. And so they had really two arguments. One is that she had already testified. She'd already talked at trial. She had her opportunity to speak. And two, that the jury had acquitted on those counts that related to Mia's testimony. So she was not a victim, a statutory victim under the law for the counts of conviction for which Combs was being sentenced. That was their argument. It was worded quite aggressively, which the judge sort of chided the defense team for that today, but ultimately Mia decided she did not want to speak. I think the judge very much would have let her if she had decided she wanted to, but she made that determination on her own.
So any other observations or thoughts? I mean, you are a former federal prosecutor, so you've been in this position, you've been in this courthouse before. Now you're on the other side, you're a defense attorney. Any other final thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, both sides are really doing everything they can to win or have a success here. They have the defense team has spared no expense or time in sort of putting together all the materials in connection with sentencing. The government is also sort of putting all of their resources to this. Ultimately, it rests in the hands of the judge. I mean, this is one of the hardest things for judges to do. You'll hear that if you talk to any federal judge, they will say sentencings are always the hardest. But the judge has a lot of information now from which he can make his decision.
Well, the judge has a lot of information. That is so true. The judge has a lot. Again, the prosecution wants 11 years and 3 months. The defense basically wants time served. Combs already has a speaking engagement coming up that he's booked in Miami on the 6th of October, I believe it is. So they expect that he'll be getting out, but we'll only know once the judge makes a decision and makes that decision public. You're watching AP News live stream of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. You can find out more on apnews.com or on our AP News app. And if you like coverage like this, if you like our journalism and our coverage, we have reporters on the ground all over the world. We have reporters in court now. If you like this, please consider donating. apnews.com, donate.
There, we'll play the defense video that he made. It's like 11 minutes of, how he's a good father, and he's like, how grandmothers. It's just, they're making everyone watch this propaganda.
Mientras adentro de esta corte se dictaba sentencia contra el vocero Sean Diddy Combs, afuera había una gran multitud que moría por saber exactamente lo que pasó. Yo tengo todos los detalles. Mientras adentro de la Corte Federal se dictaba sentencia contra el vocero Sean Diddy Combs, a las afueras, una gran multitud estaba con una gran expectativa por conocer los detalles. En sexo.
To the 40,000 people on here right now.
Oh my God.
That's real already. TikTok. So much for without you guys, there's no
I'm seeing a lot of information on my news feed. I don't know which one to believe. Which one do you believe? Do you think it's time served. You think it's 5 years? Because they saying that the judge gave 70 months to 87 months. We think that much, right? All right, so we're gonna see.
I've seen this bus.
5 years Hey, Nat, I'm sorry. I see you out there, baby. Listen, please. Bring my shit to the left, to the left.
Okay, how did you get in? Where did the marshals? Like, let's go around.
I feel like there's a marshal. There's a marshal right there.
Excuse me. Are you Montez? You like Montez? Wait, you kind of skinny? Excuse me.
I'm not a Diddy crowd.
Yeah, I know. I believe it. I only witnessed her. I know how she is. She literally went me. You must feel like push you and beat you up. I'm provoked. Yeah.
That's not written on Instagram. That's AI.
Yeah.
These
Today?
should be on trial. I think Robin Greenhill's in there right now. She can decide.
Yeah, she does that. Yeah, she does that. She does that. She did that to me. She did that to everybody. Yeah. And then he pushed her.
You gotta get her off.
I heard him. He said whoever complains. Nobody bothers that. Nobody bothers her. She did that to me. She'll come in front of you and throw a shout at you. I cannot believe she got someone arrested out of all fucking people. When I had y'all like, what? I know. Oh, yeah. She hit him in the head. She pushed me too. The last time she pushed me and then she pushed a bunch of people. She's like, get out of my way. That's the famous reporter. You're a reporter or a lawyer. She's a reporter. That's crazy. What's that? Open walk is being here. No, she went back. Oh, that lady's famous. He missed her.
Someone going into the booth.
Yeah, we're gonna watch TikTok too. Because they're confident. They know that this is They don't.
You can't take it out like me, babe.
They use the word anti-Semitic.
She's giving me dirty looks like this. You can't take out nothing.
Notices this disproportionate control. Now, Jews are also currently.
That bitch is always giving a relationship with fact that she don't have a relationship with. She's like, do this, do that. Make myself with your I think you're I think you're
So already, well, but the aggregate, there are more actually white people because there's so many more protected.
Okay, so today isn't as like exciting as before.
No.
It's not.
Okay, we'll go back. They plunder wherever they go. They conspire as a group. Plunder, rape, rob, steal, whatever.
That's my slave. Wait, would you get all slaves to boo? I was thinking I would have to get a slave.
They're very clever.
Because they could do whatever they do whatever they want. It don't matter what race. No, yeah, to be like, I'll make them live with me in my home. And they cook me food.
Yeah, because there are about 6 organizations that specialize in
You are my Joe. Bitch, you my slave. You work for free. When I try, you pay.
You got 7 years? No way.
Protesting every different nationality because they publicly protesting and the Jewish students on campus secretly documented the data on all these protests.
They wanted to have like 20 more students, but the judge has cut it down.
Operations going on in identify. I mean, he was like, the point is that Jews are Christians. You're good, man. He's trying to get the draws. He's trying to get the draws, Boney. Leave that man be. He's not trying to get your draws, Boney. Hey, what's up, my baby girl? How you feeling? I know that's right. I know the hell that's right. I'm about to roll up something. Yeah, I just was up here. Diddy going to hit his crown and all that. Wait, you crying? Play the video for the kids. Saying like, yo, man, you know what I mean? Like how we then they play like a video montage of like, everybody was in there looking like whatever side you was on. And it kind of makes you look at Diddy again in the way again. I mean, you try to put that out your pocket and say, oh yeah, you know what I mean? I mean, look at him like a real person. He would have been like my ass up because I'm freaking Jordan. I'm freaking Jordan, son. You know what I mean, man? All right. I'm freaking Jordan.
They said that Diddy kids in there crying and everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's big. That's big.
Please, I need it ASAP, please. I can't do nothing without it, okay? I need to file no later. I need to file no later than Wednesday next week. Okay, all right. Thank you. So which way? Oh, they're saying they're not even open yet, right?
And he said it was going to be on this side, so.
Maybe they are very close to the podium, but they're going to have some talk.
He was flirting with me the whole time.
Essa fase, às vezes, se é reclamada ou não, a gente não vai ter nenhuma informação lá de dentro, não vai sair a sentença.
She don't wear underwear. She black. Black girls don't wear underwear. Black girls don't wear underwear. I don't wear underwear. Look, you don't wear underwear.
Okay, so I heard
Yeah, we already hugged on them.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Since you got two, it says this one has 146.
Of them coming out?
To convey to the judge that Sean Combs is a changed man and not the person that was put on trial, accused of heinous crimes, violence, and ultimately convicted of 2 prostitution-related offenses. Now, of course, we also heard from prosecutors. They were emphatic in their arguments to the judge, Christy Slavic, the prosecutor, saying that despite what you may hear from the defense, that Sean Combs is a changed man in his year plus in jail, that you have to remember the underlying conduct here, that he is admitted to domestic violence, that he was shown on video in that now infamous tape of the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles, where he is beating and kicking and dragging Cassie, his former girlfriend at the time. The prosecutor trying to counter the narrative that Sean Combs is this changed person by reminding the judge, as the judge is formulating this sentence, to consider the totality of the evidence and everything that came out during this trial.
Other people reminding the judge to consider that they think Sean Diddy Combs is not a changed man. Cassie, his ex-girlfriend. At the time, she was his girlfriend, and she's the one in the video seen being kicked and punched by him. Now, she sent a letter to the judge saying that she doesn't believe he's changed, she doesn't believe he's sorry, and she wants him to do serious time.
That's right. Yeah, the judge received letters from Cassie, Cassandra Ventura, the R&B singer, who I think dated Combs for more than a decade and was a key figure in this trial, key witness for the prosecution. They also received, the prosecutors conveyed a letter from a woman who testified under the name Mia. Mia was supposed to speak in court today, but the prosecutors said to the judge that she has decided not to do that, in part because she felt bullied, intimidated by Sean Combs' lawyers. They wrote a letter during the week objecting to her appearance at this sentencing hearing, and they accused her of lying. They said she came in here, used a pseudonym, put on a fake voice, put on a fake posture, and they contend that everything she testified about, and she made some grave allegations about sexual violence, sexual abuse, they say she was lying. So the prosecutors say they will not be bringing in any witnesses, any victims to speak in court, but that they will convey those messages through the letters that have been received and ultimately their arguments. On the flip side, we've already heard from 2 lawyers for Combs, 6 of his 7 children, 3 more lawyers are going to speak in the afternoon, and then Sean Combs himself will address the court.
That's because the accused always gets the last word. I mean, he will have his right to speak, even though he didn't speak during the trial. He didn't take the witness stand, which of course was his right during the trial, but he will speak today.
That's right. A lot of rights here at play, a lot of constitutional rights that protect all defendants, and Sean Combs exercising those. At trial, he elected not to testify on his own behalf. He spoke briefly in court during the trial, just conveying to the judge that he was making that decision not to testify on his own volition and his own accord. And then today, his lawyers have said that he will exercise his right of allocution, it's called, which is a defendant's right to speak in court, to potentially show remorse, to try to convince the judge to show leniency. And Sean Combs gave a preview of what he's going to say in court in a 4-page letter that he sent to the judge yesterday. In that letter, he talked, as his lawyers did today, about being a changed man, about how going to jail after his arrest in September of 2024 has allowed him to kick drugs and alcohol, how while behind bars he has taught a class to other inmates, conveying his business skills in a 6-week course that was called Free Game with Diddy. And then in other letters sent in by his lawyers, there are people who say that he's going to continue to teach and continue to impart his knowledge on people. He has speaking engagements, in fact, lined up for next week in Miami, a point that prosecutors seized on and said he is acting like he's going to be a free man in just a few hours or just a few days, scheduling appointments outside of jail. Prosecutor Christy Slavic said that was the ultimate hubris because the judge has not yet decided on a sentence. Prosecutors want more than 11 years in prison. Combs' lawyers want him released almost immediately. They're calling for 14 months, which is just about going to line up with how much time he's already served.
And then the sentencing guidelines are about 70 months, right?
Yeah, about 6-7 years. In the federal court system, there are these things called federal sentencing guidelines, and they are established essentially to make sure that John Doe and a person in Oklahoma and a person in California and a person in New York and Sean Combs are all sentenced under the same basic formula and the same basic amount of time. Now, there are various factors, the severity of the offense, criminal history, and then other factors. Prosecutors, for example, wanted an increased offense score, they call it, or increased time for certain things that they say were relevant to this case, the violence and brutality. There were some enhancements, as they call them, including for coercion. Now, you have to remember that Sean Combs, there was a split verdict at his trial. It was a mixed verdict. He was convicted on 2 prostitution-related charges: transportation for the purposes of prostitution, a violation of the Federal Mann Act, which is a century-plus-old statute. Those charges, 2 counts, each count is punishable by up to 10 years in prison. He was acquitted on the more serious charges of sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy, which could have landed him behind bars for the rest of his life. Those carry a maximum life sentence. So he was acquitted, and he, celebrated a partial victory when the trial concluded in July. But at the same time, he is facing potentially years behind bars. And the judge has said that while the jury acquits you on charges, it does not necessarily acquit you of conduct. And the violence and the coercion and things like that can factor into how the sentence is handed out.
Now let's talk about what how Diddy looked in the courtroom, because cameras are not allowed in the courtroom. We will be seeing sketches later on, but there are no cameras. So we only can go by what you tell us and what we see in the sketches. And I've been in court with you, and we see a very different Diddy. He's got the gray hair. He's got the gray beard. The goatee is gray. What did he look like today? I'm told he was wearing his own clothes today.
That's right, yeah. Sean Combs looked very similar to how he did at his trial. His trial started in May, ended in July. He's in a federal lockup, so he does not have access to hair dye. So we remember Sean Combs as having this jet black hair. He doesn't have that anymore. It's more salt and pepper, gray, white in spots. He was allowed to wear, normal clothes, quote unquote, non-jail attire. He's wearing a light-colored sweater over a button-down shirt with dark pants. He came into court. He waved to his family, his supporters in the audience. He conferred with his lawyers, put on a pair of glasses, and started reading some of the legal documents, some of the many, many legal documents that are involved in this case. Sean Combs came from this jail where he's been for more than a year, and for at least a few hours today, he is looking the part of the Sean Combs of old, if not for the hair. Still the salt and pepper, not the black hair that we're used to.
Well, Mike Sisak, thank you very much. I know you have to go back into court. I know we're on a lunch break now, but that doesn't last very long. Thank you for joining us. And if you like the coverage that you're seeing, if you like the AP News live stream of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing, we have reporters on the ground all over the world bringing you stories and reporting. Please support us at apnews.com. Donate.
I don't think anybody else is coming. Sorry.
They're all going to speak over there, I'm assuming. They're all going to speak over there, I'm assuming.
the money count is just ticking off in my brain. I have a taxi meter in my head. Just counting off the money I'm making. So I've narrowed it down to 3 hotels, 4 hotels, 5. Maybe next vacation. Soon. Hopefully, it is going to be. All I can say is got to narrow down. 2 hotels are for me and my wife, 2 hotels are for my guests. 2 is adult and 2 is for me. I haven't decided which one I'm going to go to. And each shall have help. Get that here.
I don't think so. I'm the dude. Damn. I was going to change from the beginning.
I have a more important question first. I've been with NBC for 11 years. The other 5 engineering, all pretty good. Really didn't tell you what it was?
Damn.
All right, bro, I'm putting this shit down.
I'm a break. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much.
Start going on a regular basis. Same thing that smoke a cigar, drinking beer.
If you crave nature but still shop online, Night and Day Herbals is your dream come true. Discover premium herbal soaps, shampoos, and CBD products. All organic, all for you. Shop now at nightandayherbals.com.
They still haven't announced how much time Diddy got yet. So that's what everybody's waiting on, which should be over soon. I think it probably till 4 o'clock. I'm thinking 4 o'clock is when they're gonna make the official announcement for how much time Diddy got. So we still waiting, y'all. We still waiting on this. In the meantime, make sure y'all like this video. We're still waiting on the Diddy sentencing verdict. All right.
Pay for the right. You got big money. Pay for the right.
It's like a culture. So you give that. No, bring it back. Bring the phone with some check your phone.
Real rap. Music flows through your body. You know what I'm saying? Like what that one out there? Jingle it, baby. Yeah. Jingle something like that. I can relate to. Old thing. Hey. Yeah, I know.
And they'll tell you I shot the nigga next year. Just like when they took my Tupac, we shot you. We already know you just bragging about it. You shot us. And put it on, you already convicted yourself. Motherfuckers are stupid.
I said it next to the rich, they get double and double, right?
I was telling people that too.
They don't think, see, when we was back in the 80s, we thought first. Damn, if I get that, these professors gonna come back and it's gonna happen. They just do it. Get up on top of flow and straight surf. And then wonder why you want to put it. Girls get followed by a bunch of chain of food. Who does that? Come on, man. You gotta use your brain. Don't use your emotion. A woman thinks with her emotion. You think with your emotion, you become a man trapped in a woman's body. A man thinks with intellect at all times. I don't care what the outcome, we're gonna try to make sure it's in his face. Wherever the outcome comes, whether it's a marriage, whatever he's going through, he's going to get you into it. Weak, he's going to take you with emotion. But you know, I love you. Please come back to me. Don't leave me. Don't like this. Bye. Bye. I don't feel nothing. Nope, I don't feel nothing. So I don't feel so much. I know love stands for when she tells me she loves me, legs open very easily. Always remember that. I'll prove it to you right now. She was mad at you today. Tomorrow she connected with her legs. So you see how fast? She ain't waiting to see it. She's going to get back with you. She's thinking with her emotions at that time. That's what she feels. That's what, don't let them just tell you that they love you. That's what they tell you. They tell you they love you. That's what they tell you. Don't tell me you love me. You don't love me. You never love yourself. I believe you until you like me. I might believe you a little bit. Love? Nah,
I'm not ready to do nothing right now.
right.
I don't want to do that.
She already broke it in.
She already broke it in.
She already broke it in, right. She gonna make you wait. Yeah, right, exactly. Nah, you don't do it. No.
You giving her money.
Right. Nah, dude, hang up the phone. Nah, for real, don't let her play you like that, bro. Let me give you some grief that my father gave me. What do your money got to do with her liking, right? That's the foundation. She's supposed to like you. She likes you. She's supposed to feel with you. Something like, well, listen, let's go down to Starbucks or my street, and we can sit and talk to get to know each other. She can't show you one time that she can do anything to sell you dreams. Leave her alone, bro. Leave her alone. She's like a subway train. Look. She pull into the station, the door's open, that's her leg. Some niggas get on, some niggas get off. Always remember that, bro. Don't let them fool you, man. You the prize. You the prize. And then in the 60s, you still look good. I'm 62. You feel what I'm saying? But a woman,
younger than me. I'm 60.
right, by the time she gets 30, 35, her looks deteriorate. And she knows that. So all the dirt she did, now she's going to be a housewife. Yeah, ran up and down the block and holding clothes with everybody. Yeah, up and down the block. Every goddamn man in the city. Now she's 35, 40. She wants to be a proper woman.
I had one like that. At 68.
Right. She ain't no prize no more.
Literally the same thing. I watched the feed. At some point, you should honestly just watch. Yeah. What's stopping him from that? Just lean in. Hey, Jay. I am not. I'm at the Sugar in the gallery. Caroline and Kylie.
All right, y'all. Look like we got some type of action going on here. Look like we about to get a press conference. About to get a press conference going. About to find out how much time Mr. Sean Combs is getting. Yep. Here we go, y'all. Waiting on this. We got the press conference going. So waiting on. Look like they got some type of the podium set up for the press conference. I guess they about to announce how much time did he get. How much time did he got? We're getting exclusive. Live and direct. Live and direct. Live. Live and direct. All right, y'all. We getting All right, y'all. We are waiting on the verdict. So they just tell us how much time they are giving Mr. Combs. Let's get it. Let's get it.
They did actually, yeah. They so that my mom actually texted that to me the other day, and I was like, oh my gosh, the messaging is getting out of the hill. They changed the password. I can probably get it for you actually. They changed it like I think maybe like 2 months ago now. I don't remember. Yeah. The house site is like I know. The house site is like no security. Hack us, please. Because I have your number and shared it with you. It like just finally worked. Much easier. I'm like, oh, what up, gimmick? Boom. It's just like, why did you stop typing? You know it, yeah. I will be touching grass this weekend. We going anywhere fun? Yeah.
Yeah, we waiting, y'all. We waiting on the verdict. We waiting on the sentencing verdict. Yeah, we waiting, y'all. We waiting on the verdict.
So far.
We waiting on the sentencing verdict. We waiting on the verdict. We are waiting. We waiting on this verdict. See what type of time they gonna give Mr. Combs here. Uh, Mr. Puff Daddy. Mm, mm, mm. Hey, the sun don't shine forever. As long as we had, we might as well shine together. Better now than never. Business is for pleasure. P. Diddy and the fam, who you know do it better? The damn shame.
No one's in here. Should I just sit back here and share Rachel? You should sit right here. Maybe. Probably about something. I'm actually gonna contend that it's kind of cool. As long as no one sits right there. You're not gonna see my face. Right, Rachel? Which one sits back of my head? If you like, I mean, I'm not gonna do this.
Graham was gonna go for it. Like you said, you're getting one.
Yeah. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna ponytail him back.
Yo, the lawyers claiming Diddy almost got stabbed in the prison and shit. That's what they said on TMZ. That Diddy ass almost got stabbed. Let me read this fucking article for y'all real quick. This shit crazy. This shit is crazy. Let me see if I can pull this up. Yeah, where's the article? Article. Where's the article? Alright, here we go. Alright, since Diddy almost shanked in jail, Diddy defense is back on the mic at the sentencing hearing, and they're claiming that he almost got attacked with a makeshift knife inside the Brooklyn jail where he's detained since his arrest. It says defense lawyer Brian Steele just said Diddy got a target on his back at the MDC Brooklyn because there's a certain people who will gain prestige if they harm him. He says, let me see. He then claimed the guard at the jail stopped the man with the shank. So they claiming Diddy almost got stabbed, so it's too dangerous for him to go back there. So that's what the lawyers are pushing for, um, towards him being released. Well, they trying to get him released. So yeah, they claiming that he almost got stabbed. I don't know if that shit true or not, but because we ain't heard nothing about that shit till now. You mean to tell me they kept all that shit quiet or Diddy almost getting stabbed until it's time for him, to face the judge for sentencing? I don't know, y'all. Lawyers might be on cap. They might be on Captain Crunch a little bit. All right, his lawyer said Diddy hasn't slept more than 2 hours in a row since being incarcerated. Only eats bags of chips. They said Diddy only in there eating bags of chips. That's it. 2 hours of sleep and bags of chips. Damn. Shit got tough for Diddy, boy. All right, so we still waiting on this damn verdict, y'all. I don't know what the hell going on out here. Still waiting for a verdict. Still waiting on the verdict. I think Diddy gonna get. I think he gonna get 10 years, time served, and get out, or he gonna have to do. I should have did a poll and shit. I don't know why I ain't do a poll. That shit crazy though. Damn, he gonna have to They might have to ship his if he do get sentenced. His lawyer should leave. I hope they at least send that nigga to another jail. If he gotta go sit and do time. All right, let me see.
Excuse me.
I think the defense team has executed pretty well. There's just so much that they can do. You can't go to trial, say you're not guilty, stick with that, then you're convicted, and then all of a sudden, just, there's going to be an appeal. There's going to be additional litigation with respect to the 2 counts he was convicted for. So he's got to keep that in mind. So yeah, he's got to show some remorse. He's going to talk a lot about himself, about the past year, about the impact that it's had on him, how it's impacted his family as well. And I think he's going to do a good job. I'm sure, look, he's had a year to think about this. So, for the most part, everything that was said today was already put in papers and reviewed by the court. So this is just the last stage of it. And I think, it'll be significant to see if Mr. Combs is able to pull this off.
Now, we know the prosecutors are asking for 11 years in regards to the 2 convictions. The defense is also asking for 14 months, including time served at 1 year, which would basically put him out by the end of the year. Now, the Department of Probation has recommended somewhere between 6, maybe 5.5 to 7 years, somewhere within that range. How do you see that weighing in on the judge's decision?
Well, that's what makes this case really so unique, because the 2 charges for which he was convicted have no mandatory minimums. So there's a huge range. Now, the prosecution, the government, in their submission, actually said that his guidelines were more than 20 years. 20 years was the statutory maximum they could receive. So typically, the Department of Probation is a neutral mediator. They recommend what they think the sentence should be. And I think the defense absolutely believes 14 months is appropriate. But I think that if you ask them privately, the defense team, they would tell you that it's unlikely he's going to get that kind of sentence.
Linda, Peter has an earbud in. He has our other earbud in. We want to bring you into the conversation because I know also you have a couple of questions on your end that you want to ask along. You can hear it, right?
That God put me here to transform me. And then he goes on to say, the scene and the images of me assaulting Cassie Ventura, over and over, play over and over in my head daily. I literally lost my mind. I was dead wrong for putting my hands on that woman that I loved. I'm sorry for that, and I always will be. He's talking about that horrific video that we all saw that went around the world of him viciously beating her in that hotel room. It's really interesting because some of the legal experts that I've heard talking today say that the defense brought in more people to speak today than they did when they put on their case during trial. What does that say to you?
Well, and the government responded to that, and the government said, yes, he can claim that he feels tremendous remorse for what he did, that he's learned his lesson, but after the Cassie incident, after he went publicly and apologized, he was then physical and violent again with Jane. So I'm not so sure that coming from Mr. Combs, that's necessarily going to move the needle when it comes to the court. However, all of the individuals that testified today talked about their ability to help him to continue to rehabilitate, to go to Miami, to have all the services in place that he needs to continue his rehabilitation. And I think that's the sort of thing that the court would like to hear, to know that if the court does take a chance, and when I say take a chance, I don't mean sentence him to 14 months, I mean give him a sentence on the lighter side, that there are going to be a lot of safeguards in place to make certain, because it's not just with respect to himself, it's also with respect to society as a whole. And he has to make sure when he sentences Mr. Combs that he's protecting society as a whole.
Which is interesting, Linda, because one of the points that the defense actually made, the prosecution actually made this morning when they went the first time to speak, they basically asked the court to take into account, they called him a threat to the public. That was actually the phrase that was used when prosecutors were making their case, that he should get the 11 years and some months, 3 months or so, that they were looking for. So the fact that they actually deemed him being a threat to the public was part of the case the prosecutors actually made this morning when they were presenting the first time. They're on the stand right now, or as you said, you may have a quicker update than we did.
Yeah, and that's actually part of the sentencing guidelines themselves. When you look at the sentencing factors, there's general deterrence that talks about the court's need to make certain generally that a message is sent to the population, to society, that this sort of behavior is not going to be tolerated, even if the court were to feel from a personal standpoint that Mr. Combs has been rehabilitated, he's on the right track. There also needs to be a message sent that to society as a whole that this sort of conduct is not going to be allowed.
Linda?
Yeah, Antoine, we're being notified here. I'm looking at Slack, and for our viewers at home, what Slack is, it's kind of like an email system that we use here within Fox News. But we've been notified that Combs is shuffling through some papers. He's wearing a pair of glasses, and he is standing up now to speak to the court. So this has been going on since 10 o'clock this morning. The judge now hearing from Diddy. Also earlier today when his children spoke, Lisa Evers, who's been inside the courtroom all day long, and she came out during the lunch break and she was telling us that he got very emotional, that he was holding his head and looking down. He started crying. You know, his shoulders were shaking when his children were speaking. How much influence, you know, Peter, you've talked to this a little bit here, but how much influence do you think that's going to have with the judge for the sentencing? Will it have really any impact on the amount of time that he gets?
Well, I think it will have an impact, and I think the court actually did thank the children for their statements and did say that it would in fact have an impact. The problem here is, as defense counsel on both sides, actually, you never know what's going to move the needle. You don't know what exactly is going to cause the judge to maybe change his or her mind, to maybe give a better sentence. So essentially what you need to try to do is to try to carefully put forth as much information as you possibly can. And I think one of the most significant parts of the sentencing proceeding today was, in fact, the video that the defense put forward that I think was an 11-minute video that had, you know, years, if not decades, of Mr. Combs doing all sorts of great things in the community, not only with respect to contributing money, but also his time and the many things that demonstrate that.
They highlighted the entrepreneurship, if you will, and the business part and the impact on the community. That was what his attorney, Nicole Westmoreland, I believe, was the defense attorney, Linda, that started that part of the presentation. How much of a factor will that be? Because you have a judge who's been on the bench for about 2 years now, his most high-profile case in his career. You know, how does he approach something like that, given the amount of experience that he has?
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult to say, Antoine, because we don't have a lot of history with this judge, so we don't really know. I think based on how he conducted himself during the course of the trial for those 8 weeks, I think people thought that he was pretty fair. He was pretty down the middle. And I think the defense was pretty optimistic about that from a sentencing standpoint. At the same time, you could argue that along the way, with respect to his denying of bail, his denying of the Rule 29 motion to set aside the verdict, he was taking a difficult position with respect to Mr. Combs.
Okay. Linda, I think you have an update, Linda, that just came across? I think Vito, our producer, was passing something along.
Oh, okay. The latest thing that I'm seeing here on Slack is that that's when Combs was standing up to start addressing the judge. And again, he's been in court since 10 o'clock this morning. And so what they had been talking about earlier today as well, Peter, is that they were bringing in so many people to talk, and so many of his defense lawyers. I'm sorry, you have to repeat that? My producer's talking. Who called his behavior disgusting?
He's baking it up.
Sean Diddy Combs, talking to the judge right now, standing in court, just called his behavior disgusting. Give that to me again. Shameful and sick. That's what he just said to the court, to the judge in court. He's going to be speaking for quite some time. Originally, Peter, there was some word that maybe this sentencing would spill over into Monday because they have so many people talking today. The fact that Combs is talking now, do you think that the judge will end up sentencing him today?
I do think. I think there's still time, and I think that may still happen depending on how long Mr. Combs goes in his statement. But to the prior question with respect to what was done over the lunch break, I think what you're seeing now, maybe with respect to Mr. Combs saying that his behavior was disgusting and inexcusable, all those things, is being emphasized now, and maybe was discussed over the lunch break as to with respect to what he needed to say
to the judge, given that the judge didn't find him remorseful in regards to the 2 convictions that he did get.
Correct.
Disgusting, shameful, and sick. Linda, you said, I'm sorry, I'm taking notes as we're going also, Linda. Got it.
I'm just getting a word too. Our producer is talking to me and updating me on what's going on, and that people inside say that Sean Diddy Combs is sobbing in court while he is addressing the judge right now, that he is sobbing. Now, earlier today, he started crying when his children testified, or didn't testify, but spoke on his behalf. And now he is in court addressing the judge. And he is sobbing.
Yeah, it's difficult because the government would argue that he's sobbing because he feels sorry for himself and he doesn't want to face a lengthy sentence. I think it's been pretty clear over the past year that whatever remorse he is at this point displaying is legitimate and sincere. And I think that, and I hope that the judge will take it for what it is. And I think what it is a sincere expression of remorse.
Well, Linda, we'll see. We'll keep you updated out here in the field, absolutely. And as you pointed out, we're on the outside. Lisa Evers is on the inside.
That's right.
My colleague, Duarte Giordino, just got here, so he'll be here with all. We've got you all covered. Back
All
inside
right.
to you.
Antoine, great job. Peter Frankel, thanks as always. Great insight. Okay,
Thank you.
stay with Fox 5 right here and online. You can stay up to date on the sentencing on our Fox local app. And we're going to be right back with another update on the 5 o'clock news, or with any breaking news as it happens. Also coming up today, we are following more breaking news in the Israel-Hamas war. Plus, lawmakers in
Hey, so this is Combs calls his actions. Combs calls his actions were disgusting, shameful, and sick. He said, I was sick from the drugs, I was out of control. I needed help and I didn't get it. I can make no excuses. What's that? Okay. All right, bye. Bye.
left. He came back.
Just go to Chinatown. I just went to Chipolo. It's like a awesome spot right there.
I need TMZ. TMZ, yeah. TMZ got all the up here.
Oh, I'm not.
I know TMZ got live right now. I know they're live.
I knew it. Now they're taking a break. 5-minute break.
5 minutes?
You minute now, Johnny.
That's coverage. Everything fucking sells. What's his message? He's fucking getting ready to die.
Combs is talking. I'm across the street, but I'm following my updates and giving I appreciate your help.
Right, man. Yo, hey, what's happening in there?
Judge is in a break.
He's cooked?
Not yet. Judge is in a break, and then he's going to impose the sentence in a minute.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Fifteen, 20 minutes.
Buzzy.
But it's a free fall.
What that meant. Yeah.
The judge speaking. The judge took a break, and he's going to come back and impose the sentence. Okay?
Yes. This is it. Helicopters in the sky. This is it, man. I heard.
Oh God, please don't come back. Don't tell
Good. I'm gonna hop on.
I don't know. I think the judge he said something too. He said the August. So whatever he's going to take over. Well, he's going to sit there. Yeah, well, that's coming in. It ain't over. It's coming in. Hey. Barry. Barry.
It came down. It must have came down. You walking down. He's in there. He went to the side door. Everybody else is in the front.
Microsoft tablet judges speaking now.
All of it. He said that he turned him apart of it. So, all right. So, this court back. Judge, he's just a little.
Barry, Judge is talking. Could be any time. Well, he took a break for a minute and he came back. Combs is done, obviously. But the judge took a break and then he's back up talking.
Tim, what happened to his pants? Tim, what happened to his pants? Him. Wait till he turns around. Wait till he turns around. Look. What's going on here, dude? Seriously, if you see now, you say you've seen it all. Now you can retire. What is that? Did he rip his pants? Tim, do you remember when Jim Asher showed up with two different shoes? One was going the wrong. Remember that thing down underneath the pants?
You gotta take the bag off this and just put it on your
have. I mean, well, I'm gonna. Yeah.
Hey Siri, call Dan Foley.
50 months. What is that? How much is 50 months?
Just over 4 years.
4 years. 4 fois 12 is 48. Yeah, 4 years.
With us at 5 o'clock also has information that we're hearing that the
so we have a
has come
sentence
down.
at this point. We have a sentence, 50 months, which equals 4 years, 2 months. Now, the prosecution had asked for 11 years or 135 months. The defense was saying no more than 14 months which would have gotten Combs out this year. But right now, we know he's going to spend several years behind bars. Your reaction to this verdict?
He should be ecstatic. Sean Combs, considering this courthouse, this prosecution team, these charges, where he was a year and a month ago when he got arrested and where he is right now, he should be ecstatic. Nobody wants to be in prison, but today's prison sentence could have been decades, literally decades. He was facing a sentence of like life in prison, and now, let's see, he's got 14 real months in. That's really going to count for like a year and a half. With the programming that he'll get, he could be in a halfway house in 2 years, in 24 months.
But look at the wording that was of interest, how the judge was pretty much admonishing him, taking into account that the judge felt that he had not shown any remorse, like that Combs cried on the stand before, like that. How effective do you think that was playing a part in this?
My uneducated guess is that the judge knew exactly what he was doing before he walked into that courtroom today, that he let everyone have their speech. Everyone, this went on. Normally these things are an hour and a half. We've been here for 8 hours, right? I was on with Rosanna this morning and Kurt, and I said it's going to be somewhere, I said plus or minus 5. So it was on a little bit of the minus 5, 4 years, 2 months. As I said, I think this judge, he said almost exactly what we predicted him to say. I know you've done a lot of good things, but I also need to take the bad things you've done into consideration, and therefore, here's my sentence. The prosecutor asking for 11 years was way beyond the pale. Department of Probation said 7 years, and he undercut them. I will tell you, no matter what they say when they come out here, the defense attorneys, I hope they're not going to get mad at me for saying this, they're going to go and have a great meal tonight. They signed up for a case where a guy was facing life in prison, and now a 50-year-old man will probably get out at 52 to 53 years old, which is 4 years younger than I am. He'll have his whole life ahead of him. He's got tens of millions of dollars in the bank, and hopefully he'll make this horrible situation as productive as possible. He's already started teaching classes in college, in law, in prison, and he'll make a positive impact on the young men, especially the men of our society, about what not to do when you achieve the level of success and fame and fortune that Sean Combs had achieved. And that obviously played a role in the judge's decision making.
So for perspective here, he's gotten more than 4 years, and we understand he was only convicted of 2 of the charges, but the evidence from the other charges that were thrown out
is
were actually considered.
Is allowed, yeah. In federal court, that's allowed to come in. If you're over there in the state court, a lot less so. But here, the judge is allowed to take that into consideration. The judge must take into consideration the deterrent effect that it will have on the general public, not just on Sean Combs, but on sending a message to society that you can't do this, and if you do this, you're going to get severely punished.
So if you are a part of the prosecution team, how do you view this? What's your response there?
Well, you're already devastated from the acquittals from a couple of months ago, right? Because they were shooting for the moon, and they got nowhere close to the moon. Look, they took down an international icon. They took down an international celebrity. So that's a notch in their belt, if you want to look at it that way. I don't think that's the appropriate way to look at it, but I know that's how they look at it. But they were looking to put this guy in jail for life, and that didn't happen. They were looking to put Eric Adams, the mayor, in jail for life. That case got dismissed. So they've taken it on the chin a little bit, and this is all from the prior U.S. attorney. This is not the current U.S. attorney who's here now.
So what are we to make of this 4 years? Is there any possibility he could have that reduced? Anything that he could do in prison?
So it's interesting. Had the judge sentenced him much more severely to what the prosecutor wanted, like 11
years, 3 months,
I could see President Trump considering that's just too much. But now, it's like the judge didn't really crush him. Those of us who practice in this courthouse, it's a tough place to be, man. This is a tough place to be. It's a tough place for a criminal defendant to get sentenced. And this cannot be, objectively speaking, this is not a harsh sentence from where it began. Again, the Department of Probation is supposed to be the objective arm of this, and they recommended 7 years. And the judge almost cut that in half. He cut it by a third. The defense has to be very proud of themselves and the job that they did securing this type of sentence. Of course, Sean Combs isn't happy. He wants to come on. He wants to be here right now, being on Fox 5.
Had speaking engagements lined up, as soon as next week, even if they were community centered or so. But we were hearing that, which some interpreted as a bit of arrogance, on his part.
Yeah, I don't know. I doubt that had an influence on the judge, but apparently he was picked up on voice calls, because all your calls, unless it's to your lawyer, are recorded. And so they told the judge, we heard a call, and he thinks he's going to be out next week. Yeah, that's not the way to go. I wouldn't be too happy. My client, I would be out. Do you have mind?
But do you think that influenced things last moment, or was this already set in his mind?
I doubt it. I think this judge, he's a young judge. He's a new judge. He's also a judge who clerked on the Supreme Court of the United States of America. He has an excellent reputation, not just for his intellect, but his judicial temperament by both sides, which is really, as a judge, where you want to be. I think he's probably was prepared 10 times over, and I'm pretty sure that this is what he was thinking before he walked into the room.
So at this point, where do we go from here? I mean, we're talking about the message that this sends to people.
Let me tell you where P. Diddy goes, which is good news for him. Anywhere is better than where he is. Anywhere is better. So he'll have some options as to which different, when I say options, he won't have the options, but the Department of the Bureau of Prisons will, right? And now I'm sure if you really look, it's still going on in there, but you request the judge, Your Honor, he'd like to be close to his children, so could he be in Florida? Or he wants to be close to his mother, I'm making this up a little bit, in California. The judge doesn't actually have the power to designate where he goes. The judge just makes a suggestion. The Bureau of Prison makes the ultimate call, but the lawyers can request and then tell you why he wants to be in one location or the other. But it will be, every part of his life will be enhanced. There's no worse place for him to be than the MDC, except maybe if it was a state case in Rikers Island. But and he'll probably be moved in a week. I mean, they'll move him relatively quickly because he's now a sentenced inmate, and MDC is typically for people waiting trial or waiting to be sentenced.
So in terms of the facility where he'll be, are we talking about maximum security? You think it'll be minimum security? Where does he fall on this spectrum?
If they put him in any kind of maximum security, it's not for him harming others, it's for others harming him, so he won't be, but he'll probably fight
isolated.
He'll probably fight hard against that because that's not a pleasant place to be. He'll probably wind up in a medium security environment where he'll be in a cell, but he'll probably have a lot of freedom of movement as opposed to in a minimum security where you're like in a huge dorm room, almost like an army barracks.
Hey, look, let's ask you this. How did you think this was going to go? Because you've been commenting on all our shows. You've been watching this one. You certainly are in this field, in this profession. What were you thinking about this?
As I said this morning on Good Day, I was thinking it was a ±5. But then when I heard the judge's comments, as I was walking here reading the live feed, I was a little nervous for Sean. I know his defense team, so I'm rooting for them. Let me be honest. I was texting with Mark Agnifilo this morning. Xavier, who spoke today, was in my office earlier in the week. And obviously, it's my field, so I'm rooting for them. But when the judge was saying, I've taken all your good deeds in, but there needs to be I think he used the word severe punishment. I'm like, oh boy. Then I'm thinking maybe he is going to go 7, 8, 9, but he didn't. So as I said, I know Sean wanted to come home today. I get it. I know his kids wanted to come home today. I'm a little bit more trenched in the realities of what it's like when the Southern District of New York charges you with such a serious crime. You're in front of such a serious judge. You're in front of what's known as the best U.S. Attorney's Office in the nation, and to walk away after all of this publicity, an 8-week trial, all of these the testimony, with basically he's going to wind up serving 3 years ultimately.
We also understand that he was fined. There's a $500,000 fine.
That's probably like me asking you for $5. I mean, I'm not being a wise guy, but I mean, it's probably literally. I mean, I don't know how much you got in your pocket, but you know what I'm saying.
So what does that mean, though? I mean, if the judge knew that this is like asking the average person for $5, why even do it?
I think that's the maximum. I think he can get $250 on each count. I think is the maximum fine.
Because that's
so. I think I think he gave him the maximum on each count. Right. So look again. He didn't get convicted of such a serious crime, but as you said earlier, it was all the evidence beforehand. That video, you can't escape that video of him beating up that young lady, her testimony, the letter that she wrote. He wrote a letter to the judge that submitted last night. Sean Combs did. I'm a changed man. I found God. I'm sorry. Of course, that had some impact. But the letter from Cassie Ventura saying, he did all this to me. I contemplated suicide. I'm still afraid of him to this day. Those are the kinds of things that move judges. And I'm speaking from experience, and where judges have put that on the record, that, you still have people out there. And he said it. The judge said it. You caused both of these women to consider taking their own lives. The judge said he considered that.
The judge also referred to the fact in addressing the remorse, if you will, that Combs supposedly had when making his statements. The judge told him that even after the Cassie video, you still attacked Jane, punched her in the head. That was also part of the comments in today's sentencing.
I will tell you, having done this for quite some time myself, the way the judge set it up, I did not think 50 months was coming out of his mouth. I thought you were going to hear 72, 86, something a little more severe.
So the judge, we understand, we're getting a quote from him that Combs is immense, this is a direct quote, financial resources essentially enabled these crimes. If that is the case, what do we do with that? He still has his immense financial resources.
Listen, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Sean Combs has learned his lesson. I'm going to go out on a limb and say he never wants to see the inside of a jail cell again. Now, to contradict myself, my father represented Jennifer Lopez at that courthouse across the street when he was on trial for his life again for the shooting, the attempted murder 20 some odd years ago, and with Johnny Cochran and Ben Brofman, and he was found not guilty. You would think after coming that close to spending life in prison, you would live life a little differently, and he didn't. Now he was a much younger person. He's a much older person now. So hopefully he's learned his lesson, and he'll use that money and that power and that prestige and his brilliance, because you got to give the guy credit for what he's achieved for good, to go in and Fox 5, Lisa Evers, Street Soldiers, to go in and talk to these young guys who think going into a gang is the way to go. Sean Combs will be in a position to be like, look, I've been in prison. It's not where you guys want to be. It's not what you want to do, and use this negative for a positive.
The court of public opinion is certainly going to weigh heavy, because that Cassie video from 2016 is very hard to shake. It's notorious. It's infamous. So if the things that you are suggesting you would advise a client to do, he in fact does, then maybe there is a path, to doing
back into society. Listen, he's got a lot to make up for, and I don't think he's going to be walking down the red carpet at the Grammys anytime soon. I don't think he's going to be at the Oscars anytime soon. But I think if he went to the Police Athletic League in the Bronx, he'd be welcomed with open arms, or in Chicago or in LA or in Miami, and say, look, let me go in and talk to these kids. Look, he's already doing it, right?
Yeah,
he's already doing it in prison. So you got to try, when life gives you lemons, you got to figure out a way to make lemonade, and that will help him, because don't forget, he's going to be on post-release supervision.
Right.
Yes. So it's not, when he gets released, they're going to look at what he does. He can't jaywalk. I mean, he can't spit on the street.
No, he has to walk
He can't play his radio too loud. I mean, he's literally got to be, because the judge could put you back in for the period of time of the post-release supervision. So I anticipate and his lawyers vouched for him. His lawyers said, look, you let him out, we'll watch him. We'll keep our eye on him. And I imagine that they will. They're all very, very close now. When you live through a trial like this, you become family.
I'm just keeping my eye on the podium, because we know at some point that someone will be coming to talk, to make a statement, whether it's the defense, whether it's the prosecution.
Well, probably what happens now, just so you know, is Sean will go back into a holding cell in here, and then his team will go and see him. And it's a balancing test, because I'm telling you from personal experience, they are, if not happy, the defense team, they are relieved that was 50 months and
as opposed to 20 years.
Exactly. So they are relieved, even though speaking to them, I think we're going to get probation. They weren't going to get probation.
So just to clarify for anyone who may be joining us, Sean Diddy Combs has been sentenced to 50 months in prison for the crimes for which he was convicted. Now, there was a moment where the judge spoke directly to Sean, and he says, Mr. Combs, you and your family, you're going to get through it, that there is a light at the end of this tunnel. That's a direct quote. What does that say about the judge in this particular case?
Well, as I said, he's a brand new judge, brand new, but he's already enjoying an excellent reputation for his intelligence, his knowledge of the law, and his judicial temperament. And that's judicial temperament. That's and compassion and empathy. So right now, literally in these minutes, you have defense attorneys, 8 of them, 9 of them, sitting there talking to him,
right,
and saying, Sean, we know you're disappointed, and but we're going to get you in a good facility. You're going to do some programming, and in 24 to 30, they'll have all the math. 32 months, you'll be in a halfway house, and you'll be back on track. And you got to just keep that in perspective. Lisa Evers just covered a case across the
side, and at that point, trying to get
talking to her
and get out. And,
yeah, I mean, where a guy was facing 20 years and he went in 2 days ago for 5 years. Of course, he was disappointed going in for 5 years where he's going to have to do 4, but it's a heck of a lot better than 20.
And again, as you pointed out, time served will be factored into that.
100%.
So, what is it, 85% of the time that you have to do?
Right. So he's already been in 13 or 14 months, and then you add a little bit onto that, and then the carrot they hold over you when you're incarcerated is, if you're good, you get that 85%. If you pay attention, you abide by all the rules and all the laws inside the prison. So that's why you abide. So you get that 85%. But they also release you on a halfway house also, even before the 85%, where you go in a facility and you're allowed to leave at 8 o'clock in the morning and come back at 8 o'clock at night. You got to look for a job. You have to be productive, looking for a job, doing volunteer work, something like that.
This is something that they're going to do for him? Allow him to leave? I mean, this is one of the wealthiest, most famous men in the world.
In 2.5 years, it's definitely in the right. He's going to be a model prisoner. He has been already. He will be. So I could definitely see that happen.
We're going to have to leave it right there because we know we're about to toss back to the studio so that Linda can set up for our 5 o'clock news. But Linda, as we say goodbye to you, we will be in this place and at some point joined by Lisa Evers, who's been in the courtroom all day. So for Arthur Idala, for Duarte Geraldino, we're going to now send things back inside to you from Lower Manhattan.
All right, Antoine, Duarte, Arthur Idala, thanks very much. One last thing here. The judge in court saying to Ms. Ventura and the other brave survivors that came forward, I want to first say we heard you. All right, continuing coverage now on the 5 o'clock news.
Right now on the 5 o'clock news.
All right, we are following breaking news as we come on air at 5 o'clock tonight. Sean Diddy Combs sentenced to 4 years, 2 months behind bars. We are live outside the courthouse with reaction pouring in as we speak. Good evening. Thanks for being with us. I'm Steve Lacey.
And I'm Natasha Verma. The news coming in within the last 15 minutes.
All right, we have extensive Fox 5 team coverage.
And we kick things off with our team, Antoine Lewis and Duarte Geraldino, live with the big story at 5.
The big headline that is undeniable after all these months, this trial, that we have a verdict, 50 months in prison for Sean Diddy Combs. Antoine, you've been covering this all day. The tension was so high.
It was. What do you think about this? Well, absolutely. We were shocked and, if you will, surprised because the recommendation, Combs was convicted in July, found guilty of the lesser of the 2 of the 4 charges. So we're talking about the Mann Act, transportation to engage in prostitution. And that carried a maximum of 10. So he was looking potentially at 20 years. But the fact that 50 months came in and he's already got time served is figuring in. So we're now talking somewhere less than 4, and then that would then determine where it would go from there. But the fact of the matter is that the judge also this morning talked to Combs, feeling that Combs had not expressed any remorse, for his actions of the 2 charges that he was convicted of. So when Combs took the stand, what was it, around 4 o'clock or so this afternoon, among the first things he had to do was try to address that matter. And we know that when he was on the stand that he cried, he took it, what were the words that he used? He was disgusted, shameful, and sick by his actions, leading up to all of this. And of course, the Cassie video and all of that. So at some point, the judge who had the choice of either giving him the max of 20, or following the Department of Probation's recommendations of somewhere between 6 to maybe 7, just over 7 years, there. But the judge did admonish Combs and telling him that he didn't feel that he'd brought in enough, to validate, like that. And he also had to take into consideration the impact to the public, when making this decision.
We also know that he was also fined $500,000, $250,000 for each of those counts for which he was convicted. But 4 years after all of this, it would seem like this is an extraordinary victory for his defense team, even though he is still going to be behind bars for several years to come.
Right. When you were talking to Arthur earlier, Arthur Idala, our coverage, we bring Arthur in now. Arthur, just to weigh in on the fact about the amount of time that was given and how that's interpreted from your perspective, being, a criminal defense attorney.
So as someone who practices in this courthouse, if I was one of Sean Combs' supporters out here, when I heard the number 50 months, I would have been yelling and screaming the way they were yelling and screaming at the verdict. And I'm being sincere, because in this courthouse, the judges typically are known as being of handing down pretty heavy sentences. And this is not a heavy sentence, all things considered. He's facing 20. They wanted 11. Probation has 7. And he goes and cuts probation by at least a third, pardon me for the math. And he's already got 14 months out of the 50 in, which probably counts as like 16, almost 17 months. And then 50 won't really be 50. It'll probably be like 43 or 44. Where he started the day he surrendered and where he is today, he's got to be breathing a sigh of relief, even though I'm sure he's very disappointed. I'm sure he really wanted to come out here and be interviewed by you guys today. But, I can tell you this, as someone who's been here a long time, there are other judges in this courthouse. This would not have been the sentence. There's no way they would have gone below the probation recommendation of 7 years. So the defense team deserves an enormous amount of credit. Mr. Combs deserves a lot of credit for the letter he wrote last night and speaking to the judge today. And the judge, look, he's obviously took all of this into consideration. You're talking about a judge who's a rookie as a judge, but not a rookie as a lawyer. He clerked in the United States Supreme Court He was a prosecutor. He was in private practice. He took a huge pay cut to come on the bench. His heart is in the right place. He's intelligent. He was empathetic to Sean Combs, saying, you and your family are going to get through this.
It sounds like you're saying he was fair.
He was fair. He was more than fair. I will tell you, he was fair, leaning towards lenient towards Sean Combs. One of the factors that any judge in federal court sentencing by law has to take into consideration is deterrence, general deterrence. Besides specific deterrence, saying, Mr. Combs, I need to punish you so that you don't do this again. I also need to punish you so that the whole world knows, because the whole world is watching, if you do these acts, there's going to be severe consequences. And that's where a judge can kind of lean into a heavier sentence. The judge didn't do this. He started off saying, I think there needs to be a significant sentence. And I was like, uh-oh, he's in trouble. 50 months here, of course. Anyone who goes to jail, you don't understand, 1 day in jail is horrible. 1 day in jail is horrible. People telling you when you can go to the bathroom, when you can eat, when you can sleep. The lights are on all the time. It's not a place that you want. I visit prison and I can't wait to get out of there, knowing I'm going to leave. So Sean Combs and his defense team should be breathing a sigh of relief.
So he got 50 months, and in the same breath, the judge says to his victims, we hear you. Do you think he heard them? What do you think the reaction to the people who were victimized? That video is so difficult to get out of anyone's mind who has ever seen it. Did the judge hear them?
I think he did. I think if that video didn't exist, he may have gotten less. Look, the Mann Act is a crime that wasn't even prosecuted until lately.
Further perspective, the Mann Act basically involves going to like a brothel or where there's
over state line
commercial.
It's got to be over state lines.
Over state lines, right? It usually involves some sort of commercial aspect, meaning like paying for a service or something like that. Correct?
Yeah, so they talked about doing it with our governor, Elliot Spitzer. Mm-hmm. They talked about doing it with my former client and now very good friend Lawrence Taylor, the New York Giant player. But when they called me about Lawrence Taylor, I said, you're going to bring a Mann Act charge because he went to New Jersey and got a prostitute? I go, you guys haven't done it in 100 years. But lately, that was 15 years ago, lately they have been looking at the Mann Act and bringing some case. And there was one case where someone did get significantly sentenced. And that's what the prosecutor leaned on today, that we could show you there is a precedent to sending someone to jail for 20 years. But they were exigent circumstances here. The judge did not fall for that. If the video didn't exist, I don't even know. Sean may have even gotten a lighter sentence.
So speaking about that video and a lot of the evidence, we know that he was acquitted of some of these charges, and yet that evidence was still taken into consideration when the judge came up with his sentencing. Talk about that.
The judge didn't do anything wrong. That is the law. I don't agree with it. I was involved in a case where there was in this courthouse, and it was a homicide case, and he was found not guilty of the homicide, but guilty of some lesser drug charges. And the judge banged the heck out of him on the lesser drug charges because I heard the evidence about the homicide, and even though the jury didn't believe it, I'm taking it into consideration. To some degree, that's what happened here. To some degree, it's part of the rules we live by. The judge is allowed to take your whole life into consideration, everything about you. And look, the defense wanted them to, right? The defense said, look at all his good acts. Look at the charter school. Look at the donations. Look at his children. Look at his mother. So the judge said, I can't just look at all the good stuff and not look at all the bad stuff. And he said that. The judge said, I have to take both sides into consideration. Again, when he said a significant jail sentence is in order here, I said out loud, walking to you guys, I was like, that this is going to be rough. 50 months under these circumstances. As I said, if I'm Mark Agnifilo, the lead lawyer, who's a friend of mine, I'd be opening up a good bottle of red wine tonight and say, I kind of saved the guy's life.
And to understand where he's going next, I'll be thinking, and you mentioned this before, what type of prison might he be going to?
Well, I'm sure Lisa, whoever's coming out to help us out, will be able to talk about what his lawyers asked for. The lawyers can ask the judge to make a recommendation, and I'm sure they know where they want. There's different facilities. Sometimes you ask to be close to your children. Sometimes you ask for a facility to be close to your older mother. So they'll make that determination. They'll take his his security risk to himself. He's a target. So where are they going to put him to protect Sean, not to protect the inmates from Sean? And then ultimately the Bureau of Prisons will make that decision, and he'll have a much better life than he's had the last year at the MDC.
Thank you so much. I want to toss it back to the studio for some
Yeah,
more information.
thanks, guys. Yeah, we just want to interject here because we've got Lisa Evers, who's on the phone right now. She spent the entire day inside the courtroom and can really paint a picture of what Diddy did the moment that he found out his fate.
Natasha, I'm just about at our camera over here. He was completely motionless when the judge read that sentence that it would be 50 months. That's 4 years and 2 months, and that also 5 years supervised release after that. I just got over to the camera right here, so I'm going to walk over to where everybody is. But what an emotional day! Diddy breaking down, making a statement to the court, and then breaking down as he turned to his mother to apologize to his mother. And are we good here? I think I'm going to go on the. Do you guys hear me on the camera?
Yeah, we can hear you. And Lisa, we're seeing the images of him just with his hands in his face. Just what was that moment? Just kind of witnessing all of that.
It was so the whole day was so emotional. Let me switch over to the microphone here and get rid of my phone.
We see you on camera now.
So the whole day, Natasha, was really emotional because right before the lunch break early afternoon, we had the we heard from the kids. Each one of his 6 children got up and spoke to the court, and Diddy got very emotional. The kids got very emotional, and then just a short time ago, within the last hour, as everything was wrapping up here, he was allowed at the very end of it all to address. Diddy was allowed to address the court. So he got up, he stood up, and he waited a couple of minutes before he gathered his thoughts and everything, and he started apologizing to everybody. He said, I apologize to the judge, I apologize to Miss Ventura, I apologize to Jane, I apologize. And he goes, I knew better, and he admitted that. He goes, I knew better. And then he turned around to his mother. His mother was like 2 or 3 rows back, and he goes, and my mother raised me better than that. And then he kind of broke down, and then he turned around, and the kids were just all, like they were just motionless at that point. They're back in the rows and sitting there. And then he was, he did these apologies. He said that I would like another chance. I want a chance to be a father. The kids, they're a very, very powerful presence. I mean, to see these 6 beautiful young people, that are all there in support of him. His mother there being very strong. They showed a video right before the lunch break also that showed him when his mother had brain surgery. He was by her side, sleeping in the hospital by her bed, feeding his mother, and it was just that part was very, very moving. But the judge, and he gave an
How long did he speak for, the judge, before he actually said 50 months?
He spoke for quite a bit because the judge first, and also too, there were other people that were there at the sentencing this afternoon. They had, the defense team spoke, all of those lawyers. They also brought in a reverend, community activist from Miami. I think they were really hoping he'd walk out of there today and get, be in Miami this weekend, and that could, at his mansion. His mother lives in Miami, and they had the reverend spoke about, redemption, and spoke about how he was really working with people that had been formerly incarcerated. Then they had somebody, the judge allowed. This is now we're looking at 4 o'clock here on the clock. The judge allowed them to bring in a re-entry expert, a formerly incarcerated individual. Giovanni Saris from Miami, from this first step program that he runs, and he said that yes, Mr. Combs would be a big asset to us to talk to people that are going through this whole going through imprisonment, because also what came out, I mean, there were so many things that came out today. The number one, they were doing that because they said at MDC, which we all know how terrible the conditions are there at MDC. Yes, they said that he had stopped the gang violence, because there'd been a tremendous amount of gang violence, as you all know, at MDC between the different factions, because that's the different gangs and the different sets run certain sections of the the jail, of the detention center. So Diddy had started a 6-week business course to try and said, listen, okay, the only rule is no fighting, no stabbing. This was after.
But that goes a long way in a judge's calculation of somebody.
Wait, this is all sort of critical. I want to get back to this, but let's toss it back to the studio for a moment.
And let me dial in. Yeah, let me get connected in.
Let's toss it back over to you guys.
We have
All right,
so
Lisa,
much more.
Arthur, Duarte, we appreciate it, and we will check back in with you shortly. Thanks so much for your perspective on this big announcement today. Of course, Diddy being sentenced to 50 months behind bars. And stay with Fox 5 for continuing coverage of Diddy's sentencing. We're also going to be posting updates on our free Fox local app. We'll have more of the 5 o'clock news after this break.
Short, very short. He kept saying,
So you think it's safe to say family member?
Yes.
Probably from a hard time. With like groups and stuff. At least. Yeah. Just a lot. Family.
Yeah.
Okay, be ready.
That's too loud. Don't do that.
All right, we continue to follow more breaking news. Hamas has accepted some parts of President Trump's plan to end the war in Gaza, including the release of all remaining hostages.
Fox 5's Stephanie Bertini is live at the Israeli consulate on the east side with all the details. Steph?
Hey, good evening. So these details just coming down. What we do know is that Hamas is accepting some elements of a deal put forth by President Trump, and the elements include releasing all of those remaining hostages, as is now being widely reported. But Hamas says other elements require further consultation among Palestinians. As the war reaches its 2-year mark, President Trump said Hamas must accept the deal by Sunday, or else greater force would be the result. The U.S. heavily allied with Israel since Hamas militants attacked and took hostages, which led to the start of the war. President Trump's peace plan has been accepted by Israel and welcomed internationally, but key mediators in Qatar and Egypt have said some elements need further negotiations. There are not exact details out right now about any specifics on what those further negotiations or those elements are. Under the plan, which the president unveiled earlier this week alongside Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Hamas would immediately release the remaining 48 hostages, around 20 of them believed to be alive. Hamas would also give up power and disarm, although there's no indication at this time that Hamas is willing to do that. In return, Israel would halt its offensive and withdraw from much of the territory, release hundreds of Palestinian prisoners, and allow an influx of humanitarian aid and eventual reconstruction in the area. The effects of the war have been felt internationally, including here in New York City. The release of the hostages is something that many have been pushing for since day one of this conflict. Back to you inside.
Well, thanks, Stephanie. And breaking news out of Washington, a government funding vote fails in the Senate. Yet again, a Republican bill that would reopen the government fell short of the 60 votes needed to end a filibuster and pass the legislation. With senators set to leave for the weekend, hope is fading for a quick end to the shutdown, which is now in its third day. Republicans looking to reopen the government under current spending levels. Democrats holding out for more health care spending.
Programs are life and death for many veterans. The fact of the matter is veterans have held up their side of the bargain.
There are real people being hurt right now. We have women, infants, and children nutrition programs that are now not funded. You have veterans health services that are not funded. FEMA, many of their services are stalled right now in the middle of a hurricane season.
President Trump also threatening to lay off federal workers rather than furlough them.
Well, the Trump administration is restoring $187 million in counterterrorism funding for New York that it had previously planned to cut. The New York Times was the first to report that change, saying according to White House officials, the Department of Homeland Security made the cuts without explanation and without approval of the president. Governor Hochul released a statement saying she's glad President Trump heard our call and reversed course. NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch also reacting to the news today.
This reversal ensures that the women and men of the NYPD will continue to have the resources that they need to keep the city safe from terrorism.
The federal funding will help support various law enforcement efforts, including intelligence operations and emergency preparedness.
All right, we'll be right back in a moment. Nick will be up with a check of the forecast.
Hey Sarah, how are you? Get your camera above line.
Reach it. Oh shit! What's up, man? You got it?
Gloria.
They're gonna have the press conference now.
Be careful, take out your bag, because you're going to turn.
Is more people coming up?
His mom. Mom, who is it?
Such a lovely day today.
It's so nice today, Nick. We got a nice little taste of fall, but it's going to heat up once again.
It is. We're going to take a little step backwards a couple of months into July as we go into this weekend. You're going to see in the forecast. But today was fantastic. I mean, 71-54, just about average, really. And another day of blue sky. Hope you enjoyed it. More nice weather again for the weekend as the warm-up comes our way. 38, the record low, though, that was back in 1888. So the record lows are getting down there. Record high was 87, and neither of those are happening anytime soon. It's 69 now with the sunshine. A variable wind, mostly southerly. That'll be southwesterly tonight. Humidity 45%. Pressure has fallen off a little, but it's still pretty strong. 30.
What happens on appeal? Yeah, the argument was by the defense that that really this was just watching sex, and so that's free speech. But the judge did not agree to that argument. It wasn't about filming. He said you can't launder an illegal act into a constitutional right. because that would otherwise be a very narrow interpretation of the Mann Act. So it was about committing a crime, because he pointed out that Mr. Combs had in fact participated and sometimes had sexual interaction with Jane and also with Cassie. So it wasn't just about watching, he actually participated in it. So I think he's got a good argument, and I don't think that the defense has a good argument on appeal. So he could have gotten 20 years, 10 years consecutively for each count, and now he has 148 months for a sentence. Many of my clients were very concerned that he might walk free by the end of this year, time served, and then a couple more months. And they were very much afraid that he would retaliate against them. And so I think that they will be happy that he will be at least in prison for a number of years. I think they'll feel comforted on that. So thank you. Okay, all right.
Kevin. Right by the door.
I'm not letting it go.
I think I'm tightening it. And it's down.
Who? Street is PD. Tell PD. We don't deal with the street. No. Tell PD. PD's patrol of the streets. They should see. Yeah, okay. Done. I'm going to come back in just a minute. Well, they're not speaking. That means I'm gone. Huh? The cops are breaking down the barriers. They said they're not speaking. You can hang out. Don't leave. Who are they going to protect? Hey, I got an Instagram post with you, motherfucker.
If you crave nature but still shop online, Night and Day Herbals is your dream come true. Discover premium herbal soaps, shampoos, and CBD products. All organic, all for you. Shop now at nightandayherbals.com.